Okay, rulers, settle down. Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to get singles for all your Force of Will and other trading card games, as well as these amazing patrons. Special thanks to guest lecturer member Vite Ramen. Thank you for your support. Class is in session. Hey there, rulers. Welcome to Ruler School for our second day here, the top cut of the GP for the Discord event, World Championship Qualifier. I'm Jeremy Franklin. I'm not joined by anybody today. We're going to be playing top 8 here. We're going to be doing 2nd seed Brandon Bremont versus 7th seed David Smith. We're just doing a little bit of housekeeping. Be sure to consider joining the channel as a member to get access to our chat here today, but otherwise just enjoy the matches. And we're going to go ahead and jump over to the table so that we can jump right in. These guys are ready to go. So I'll muted, let them know, and we'll jump over to the table and get started with top 8. So they have 60 minutes on the round, and we're good to go. And so Brandon is the higher seed, sitting at 2nd seed. So he is allowed to go. He's allowed to choosing to go first. Ultimately, just choosing to get that 6-8 shown off the top and then pass turn. Going to be a lot of back and forth here, pretty quick in the early turns because they're both America's Feasting decks, but they're both playing very, very differently. David Smith's deck has a lot more addition hate to answer things like Magic Stone Institute, but is also running more Magic Stone Institutes, which is very interesting. This is a after draw before recovery Mikage Rhea. So I wonder what he's going to dump here. Knowing that there's so much hate, knowing that, again, he can see the deck list. David is playing four Exorcist Mage of the Academies in the opener and does have access to white right now. So probably makes sense to just bin the final stance right now. Whoop! We'll get a pause. Yes, we can see you. We can see you just fine. Hold on. Marius is calling Stone. Ataractia's Memoria. Another just pass. Oh, okay, Rhea. An Exorcist Mage, actually, I wouldn't have hated. Not an Exorcist Mage, a Morning Angel, to be able to potentially just get the Final Stance out of the grave. That's the weird thing about this matchup, is potentially you could just get your Final Stance RFG, which is super not great. Although sometimes you might want to wait to pull that Morning Angel until they're trying to target the Final Stance. There's going to be a lot of deep intricacy here in terms of when to pull the trigger on certain cards. Both decks running a lot of quick cast 1-drops. So it's going to be quite complicated. David running significantly more 1-drops in general, running things like Awakening of Feasting, as well as things of Never End the Fairy Tale Dragon, and also 4 copies of Pierre in the main board.
Go ahead and call Stone with Feasting.
Yep.
Light Vapors.
There's our Light Vapors coming in here. No green on the part of the Feasting decks. Not super great in the early game, especially when you're talking about a deck that runs Phyresia, a deck that runs Awakening of Feasting. Not having access to green, especially with the ability to play cancels as well, definitely gives Brandon a better position with things like Welser, being able to kind of steal tempo from David. I imagine, unless we see something like a Never End, I imagine we probably see a
You have
pass.
Drift and Light Vapors there?
Correct.
He does have Energize for green. He does have one green available from the Energize of Feasting.
Tempted Judgment Almerius.
Ooh, very greedy early Judgment from Almerius.
Yeah, I'll chase to the Judgment, Awakening of the Winglord.
Response to the Awakening, we're going to use my green Energize to cast his last lecture.
Sure, resolves.
Recover Feasting and send your Awakening to your hand.
Oh, okay. So we do have Awakening of the Winged Lord to potentially try to dig for a Morning Angel. Did have the last lecture with that Energized Green to stop the Awakening of the Winged Lord. Judgment's going to resolve. We're going to get that final stance.
Enter will target my final stance.
Yep.
Final stance triggers.
Yep.
Go ahead, enter combat and swing in the air for 600.
We'll go to 64 to 76.
I don't necessarily, like, I'm wondering with no green,
Yep, go ahead.
we're going to have to call to get a stone. There's not a ton of pressure here. I'm just wondering what we can do with just 2 white sources to really capitalize on this final stance. It feels a little greedy.
Call Stone with Feasting.
Sure.
Adaractes Memoria, we finally do have access to some green-white.
Memoria.
Like, now that it's just one of these things where now that we've used it, the question becomes...
cast Magic Stone Research Institute.
Institute's good?
Yep, that's a Magic Stone Research Institute.
Triggers, we're going to get rid of my Heaven's Rend. Yep. 6H Stone will cover my Feasting.
Wow, reading the 6H Stone there, that was good. Turning this around for sure. So now we have 3 different stones. Everyone's getting +6/+6, so very large. Brandon tapped out outside of a Feasting Will with Wind. Still very much potentially an Ultra Magic Stone Goal in play. With having the Mikage Rhea in hand, you know, with having the Mikage Rhea to be able to block, you can kind of prevent a lot of the damage while also draining some life back, which, you know, again, they're both on a 7,000 life point clock. Looks like we might be seeing a potential for a Never End cast. Counting the number of things we have.
Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. I think the mic just wasn't picking up, so I thought.
Oh no, I'm still here. Don't worry.
Not bad.
An Awakening of Feasting for a Never End would be, I think, maybe a little too greedy. With only having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it would be 10, but it wouldn't be enough for Eternal. He'd need one more thing. Yeah, there's the Never End.
Sure.
This is certainly helpful to set up to prevent stuff. I mean, like, if we don't get rid of that quickly, we can just have an Eternal board state, which is really good in response to things like Ultra Magic Stone Golem.
Yep.
Greg Nevins, welcome. Thank you for joining as a student. We're glad to have you here. You can pick up your syllabus and report to class.
I will go to 54. You go to 86.
Not blocking with the Rhea.
And we'll swing with Almerius for 13.
I'll go to 41.
Hold on, I want to make sure that life total's right. What is Almerius' stats? She's a 6/8, correct?
Yeah.
And has 2 +1/+1 counters on her, so 8.
8. Okay, yeah, it's 14.
14 damage.
14.
It's
So
even numbers. Thank you.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought she was 7.
Goes down to 4,000 on Brandon's side.
I will end my turn there.
Is that my draw?
The players cannot hear us, Greg Nevins, and because it's only me commentating,
we'll
I
recover.
figured I'm going to be quiet more often in terms of unless specific
Call
things are
stone.
happening. I don't have
You
as
got
much to talk about without Paul to be able to discuss things with, so I made it so that we can hear the players. Correct.
And then I will pass turn.
Hopefully they're not too loud. Call stone with feasting and pass
Right.
turn.
Draw for turn.
Sure.
Move to untaps.
Sure.
Okay. Moving to untaps without at least buffing the board with Almeria seems like a missed opportunity there. If we call a stone, suddenly we have instant speed eternal because we have 10 items. We have 10 things. Oh no, we don't. We have Neverend only counts for his thing. He only counts things in the field. No, and or in your graveyard. So the graveyard would count.
Sure.
So this gives us 10. So now with
Sage
recovering
Stone
6
will
Sage Stone,
recover
that means
feasting.
feasting is now this instant speed returnal tap. Which puts Brandon in a pretty awkward spot. But we do have options to be able to bounce
in black
things.
for a second Magic Stone Research Institute.
Oof. That's rough.
We will attempt last lecture.
That's fine.
Enters, removes. Get some counters.
That's pretty good. It's a mandatory part of the resolution.
Move to combat.
You.
Okay. Okay. Move to combat.
Yep.
I'm gonna have my Rhea attack you for 1,000 in the air.
I'll go to 30.
Down to 3,000, up to 96. No, we do have one green
Say light.
available.
Yep.
For a Pierre.
A Pierre. So
Yep.
this is a time where I actually think we potentially judgment the feasting here, prevent all the
Move to
damage from
combat.
the Almerius, and cancel the
Attack
Pierre.
for 1,000 in the air.
Take 1,000, go to 20.
Huh. We might be really setting up for a Magic Stone Golem here, would be my thought.
Attack for 7 with Neverend.
700 damage from the Neverend.
In the air.
Mm-hmm.
Like during the end step to make sure that we can't recast the
the judgment
Neverend.
effect of Almerius on the chase.
Oh, okay. This is pretty good.
That's fine.
Inner effect.
This makes me feel like maybe there's
Now
a
with
warning.
final
angel.
stance, if it's entered on my opponent's turn,
I'll take an extra turn and then I'll go to my regular turn.
okay.
Do
Yeah,
we
that's
see?
fine.
Oh, okay. So final stance. So Brandon's gonna get to take 2 turns after this.
Go to blocks.
Sure.
Block with Almerius.
So Almerius is an 8/10 right now. So the Pierre can't kill her.
Mm-hmm.
How big is Elmerius? She is a
8/10.
8/10.
I really do think that we're potentially.
Activate Neverend.
Okay.
So gets plus 14, plus 14. So he becomes a 21/21.
Almerius will be very dead.
I really like this play here from Brandon. Now we're only going to take the potential damage from Almerius. If we have an optical camo, we're in a really good spot. Apologize for any Discord dings you might hear. If we have an optical camo, this is like really good.
I will pass the turn.
Okay, yeah.
I'll go to my first extra turn.
Yes.
All card. We'll recover.
Oof, okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, no optical camo. That would have been really nice to be able to bounce the never
Also
end.
with Elmirius.
You got it.
It's a 6 Stages stone.
Mm-hmm.
What is your? How many different stones do you have? 4.
I have 3 different stones.
3 different stones. So everyone's getting +8.
Yeah. No, +6.
+6. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. I have a light vapor, a 6-stage stone, and an Atarax Memoria. I have two 6-stage stones.
Gotcha.
I don't hate the Ultra Magic Stone Golem play here, potentially.
I'm going to Awakening the Windlord
Okay.
to look at the top 4 cards.
How many cards in hand?
Same go. 5.
What are we getting for that?
Response will pay a light
Mhm.
for Exorcist Mage.
Sure. We will. Last lecture, Exorcist Mage. Well, with I'm actually just gonna hard cast Will, sir.
Hardcast will, sir.
Mhm.
That's fine. So
Gets him another body.
Wait.
Awaken goes to resolve.
Yep.
Hard casting the well, sir. Interesting.
I will put this Phoresia into play.
Ooh,
You got
Phoresia. That's a good hit
He's
off
gonna
that
go to
for
the bottom.
sure. Oh,
Elmirius has flying, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll go to my turn.
Yep.
this is the second turn.
Cover. Call Stone with
The
Elmirius.
If we hit a Magic Stone Golem, that's actually really
Dark
good
Depths.
here because we just need a dark card. And so I'm like Magic Stone Golem and another dark
I'm
card
gonna
to be able to
discard
answer.
Sigurd to Phoresia to give neg 4 to Neverend and buff Mikage Rhea.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Sigurd the Covenant King.
That's fine.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go find a Magic Stone Research Institute.
If we can kill Neverend here, Neverend's currently a 700.
You wanna give me a number?
Let's do 3.
With Magic Stone Institute's trigger on the chase, I'm gonna produce Darkness.
Sure.
That
Let's
makes me
act
feel
as
like we
stone.
have an Ultra
fine.
Magic Stone Golem.
Oh, it didn't help me very much. I'll untap Elmirius. I'm gonna use Floating Darkness to play Magic Stone Golem.
Cards in hand.
Trace 3.
Response, we're going to activate Neverend.
Okay. How many cards do you have in total?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, including the grave. So 10 on board, 1 in the grave.
So we need to find a way to get rid of this Neverend in
Okay, with
response.
Neverend on the chase. What's Rhea's power and toughness?
Rhea is currently a 10-10.
And what's Neverend before the ability resolves?
It's a 3-3.
At 3/3?
Correct.
Okay, with that ability on the chase, I'm gonna discard Ultra Magic Stone Golem to Phoresia's effect to neg Neverend.
There we go. That'll kill the Neverend.
Response, we're going to remove 2 counters to destroy your institute from Pier.
That resolves.
Right. And Magic Stone Institute resolves as well.
Okay.
Or the stone.
Yeah, that wipes the board. That's very helpful. That certainly puts Brandon back in this game for sure. That
Kresnan,
I have 5.
I'm gonna
Great.
go to combat.
Sure.
I'll attack with 8 with Rhea.
How's it 8?
The original discard of Sigurd to Furisha.
Okay.
gain some life back.
So
I have you at 78.
8, 7. I'll be at 88.
From 86 down to 78, right? What were you previously?
He was. He is.
I hit you with Rhea. and
He
then
hit you with a
there's no
1K Rhea. He was at 96 up to this point.
Yes.
Because
Oh,
of a
my apologies. What's the correct life total?
2800 to 8800.
88, 28. Okay. Go to combat.
Yes.
6.
6 is fine. 82.
So this
And
is
then a Furisha attack for 6.
Yes.
this and gain 6.
I have you at 70, 76.
76.
And you will be at 34, Brandon.
34 to 76.
Yeah, because Faricia has drain because of Rhea. She's a vampire.
Ah, nice. Good job for me for noticing that. Go ahead.
Drop a turn.
Sure.
Move to untap.
Absolutely.
Brandon is certainly back in this game at this point, knowing that he can get another Magic Stone Research Institute. Amarius is dead. Feasting's dead. The board's been cleared.
You currently have 3 different names among stones.
And the final stance is done.
Callstone with Delmirius.
Another,
Got it.
oof.
Another one.
That means at this point in time we have 3
Um,
unique names, so Ultra Magic Stone Golem still costs 3, which is pretty expensive.
We're going to, in response to this enter, float a colorless with feasting.
Sure.
And we're going to recover feasting.
That makes me think that we're looking at potentially an Awakening of Feasting play.
Yeah, 3 stones up.
I do. I have 2 Stones of the Six Sages and 1 Atarachia's Memoria.
Okay.
So, with only having Feasting, but knowing also that Brandon has Feasting, with this kind of a threatened board, and not hitting a different stone is really rough here.
I'm going to attempt to cast a second Magic Stone Research Institute.
President. 5 after that.
I have 5 in hand.
Yeah, I know.
The second Institute resolves.
Yeah, that I
Sure.
think as well, because you want to be able to cancel the Golem if he
6
tries to
sage
play Golem.
stone, Top stones.
Black Silence, so now he has 4 unique stones. So everything on his board is getting a plus 16 buff, but he needs to put things on board first.
Oh.
Hey babe, could you do me a big favor? Could you go ask Abe to unlock this?
Doesn't feel like we have a Golem, or we feel like maybe we only have 1 and no way to protect it. When I'm looking at the way this is being played out.
Green and 1.
Oh, no. Okay.
We're going to cast Awakening of Feasting to get a 1-drop to the field.
And this card is not awakened.
Not awakened.
Okay.
Oh, sit down. Where are we?
Yeah, you get a 1-drop.
What 1-drop are we getting here? That's
I know.
Pierre? Maybe? It's a 2020 Pierre.
Never end.
Another Never End. I don't really like this play here. Never End sure is a very large body. I mean, he's at 15. He's going to draw a card. It also cycles, so there's that too.
Cuts.
3.
Never end enter trigger. Draw card.
Yep.
Certainly looks like we might have a Welser there in hand.
Pass turn.
And a pass. Okay. Not what I expected.
Okay. At the end step of your turn, I'm going to attempt with flashing Alt Sting the Mischievous Boy.
What does he do?
And let me be actually a little bit more clear. After end step triggers on your turn, I'm flashing an Alt Sting the Mischievous Boy. When he enters the battlefield, prevent all damage that would be dealt by target J Resonator until end of turn. I can pay green to return him to my hand. If I do, Glimpse of the Prodigy costs green, less to play. Glimpse of the Prodigy is green, for cancel target spell or automatic ability.
Alting here, and he's doing it in the end step so that like thing that's
Response.
persists.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially trying to bait out of.
Judgment Feasting.
Absolutely.
This feels really bad to do here.
I'll go ahead and cancel your Alt Sing and have your Magic Stone Golem not do any damage this turn.
Alright. And you have one stone up.
One stone.
Blue,
yes.
white.
Light Vapor.
I don't know if I like this play.
Yeah, one card in hand.
One card in hand.
Okay.
I'll go to my draw.
Yes.
Before I recover, I'm going to attempt to cast Rhea.
That's fine.
Oof, this is good.
I'm going to go Bin Sigurd.
We can get another Sigurd.
Yes.
Back to cut.
Let's do a top two. Still before your recovery.
Sure.
Gonna pay white for Exorcist Mage.
Absolutely. I will go to recover.
Yep.
So we can't play the Sigurd now, but we're completely
Is it
tapped
true
out.
that Drain doesn't stack anymore, Jeremy? I feel like I read that somewhere.
That is correct. Drain no longer stacks.
Man, what a great rule to get rid of. So now you're tapped out. You have Exorcist Mage. Everything's getting +8, +8.
Plus 16, plus 16. I have two institutes.
Sorry. Absolutely.
So it never ends 17-17. Exorcist Mage is a 20-20. And
I'll call another 6
Sting
inches.
is massive. She's a 23, 25.
I don't think there's any reason to not swing with Sigurd here. As Bane, because it has Bane. So like if he blocks with Never, I mean like he can block with Never End and tap Feasting to give it Eternal, but that feels real bad. I'm just wondering. Because I'm wondering what that card in hand is for Bremont. We don't have the resources with those two institutes on fields to really currently impact anything with a single Pharesia discard. Although you could swing with Golem, and if he blocks with Feasting, you can just pump it
You
up.
have 4 cards in hand over there.
4 hands. Yep.
She's a 21-23, so a pump from a green
I'll pass
card.
it your way. Go ahead.
We're just going to see a pass.
Doctor.
I don't hate that. There's
Yep.
not a lot of ways to get Barrier, and we've got plenty of flyers that also have Drain. We got Barrier creatures. We also have Feasting to be able to cancel. Biding our time here for sure. The never end is certainly a problem. Something like an
The one in
optical
hand
camouflage would
or
be
two?
very
One
helpful.
land.
Before untap, we'll activate Never End.
Absolutely.
So we have Eternal for the
Untaps.
turn.
Yep.
And never end is much bigger.
Coldstone.
Yep.
Second Black Silence.
Third man.
5.
5. Okay.
So in this situation, it's kind of one of those each are staring each other down. Like Bremont obviously wants to make the most use of his own feasting, but not having access to institutes or ways to pop those other institutes is a real problem.
Pass turn.
Yeah, and at the same time, David doesn't want to swing
Sure.
because
We'll go to the end step of your turn after end step triggers. And we'll play Awakening of Your Ballista.
Response.
Go for it.
So we're trying to awaken all of our stones.
Go in hard cast. Walser.
Sure. Response will activate the judgment effect of feasting.
Yes.
Do we have a second cancel?
Feasting enter trigger is going to prevent damage that Never End would deal this turn, and cancel Welser.
Response. Will hardcast or the Welser to send Awakening to your hand?
I don't.
That Welser resolves.
We can just recast it? That feels bad.
I will cast Awakening of Your Ballista.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That's fine.
So all of his stones.
Go to my turn.
Yes.
Draw.
All of his stones are all 10/10s at this point. So a lot of resonators on field here to try to push through for
And
potential
you now
lethal.
have 4 blockers, right?
Correct. I do have a question about how Awakening of Bruce Ballista works here.
Sure.
My understanding is that
We're gonna...
yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm here.
So with Awakening of Bruce Ballista, since he does not awaken it, they cannot attack, correct?
So
Yeah.
even if no, he can. He technically controls the stones from the beginning of the turn. Even when they were stones, it's similar to the same reason that the Mariabella Regalia can animate and become a 10/10 and swing the same turn it's animated.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, because this was another ruling that we all played with in Games Geek where if you don't awaken it, they can't attack.
It brings you any piece. It works through 2 kind of ways. Even if that didn't work like that, I cast this after end step triggers on your turn, like Dance of Shadows tricks, so they would be able to attack anyway, even if they did have stones.
That's also true.
So it's like works by 2 different ways in case that.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was only applied if said until the next end of turn.
No, until end. Oh, you're absolutely right. That is true. Dance of Shadows is a trigger. This is a static.
Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. That's not true. But the original thing does still work.
Well,
Is that
then
true, Jeremy?
okay, hold on. Your time is paused. Because it's not or not, they're actually still animated at this point. Hello, we can still hear you. Can you hear us, Brandon? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, well, they'd still be animated. If Yes, if that's not true, then I don't have a priority sequence then anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
I'm gonna quickly touch base with someone else just to make sure. Okay.
go ahead.
The thing is, it's a repairable game state because you're right. You wouldn't have a priority
Absolutely.
sequence then anyway. So, okay, 1 second.
You have 3 cards over there?
I have 3 cards to hand, yeah.
Okay.
So, the question here on the priority sequence was there a priority sequence where he could cast Awakening of Gruus Ballista during the end step after the end of turn triggers because Brandon misread the card of Awakening of Gruus Ballista. There was a legal priority sequence there. And then the next question was because of the wording of Awakening of Gruus Ballista, would the stones have been animated into his turn? And the answer is no. So at this point in time, at this point, At this point in time, those stones are not animated. And we are moving forward with the game. So essentially, we unfortunately casted that Awakening of Reverse Blessed and didn't do anything with it. Now we're in a sequence where one Exorcist was killed. We attempted to cast a second one. We Awakening of a Winged Lord into a Sigurd. I do think that $30 damage coming in with a Golem. Andrew, the Winged Lord was cast in response to the second Exorcist Mage. So before Exorcist Mage was hit on is on the field. So this is not great if he decides to try to use. Oh, thanks for the heads up, Greg. I
really wish I had 6 other attackers, but alas, I do not.
30, 76.
He'll lose 2 blockers if he tries to awaken the Winged Lord here.
So what are the stats of all your resonators aside from the Golem?
Is there any you're specifically wondering about, or do you want me to read all of them?
Yeah, all of them, if you could.
14, 16, 16, 16, 17 attack, if that's what you're wondering about.
Okay.
All of those have the same toughness except Featsing, whose toughness is 19.
19 toughness for the Featsing.
Okay.
And then the 6 that can attack is an 18.
So I still think Brandon's favored here because we're running out of cards. And we potentially are about to lose 2 blockers, which isn't great. And if we do too much,
clear block with Never End.
Sure.
And we're going to activate Never End
because we can pump up the Golem so it doesn't die.
Becomes 31-31.
I'll pump with Allsting.
32-32, so we'll take 1 damage.
So it becomes 32-32, and I'll take 1 damage.
But he just lost 2 blockers 75. Here. And he doesn't have any fly. Like, we can swing with both Reyes here to gain some life.
And the other ones aren't flyers, right?
No, they're not.
I'll go to combat.
Or at least 1 Rhea.
Yes.
I'll attack with Rhea for 4, 5, 6, 16.
Yep.
Puts him back at the 5,000.
I go down to
49.
59.
Or 59. And you can leave the other Rhea and the Pharesia up to be able to answer the Never End and the only flyer. The only flyer he actually has Never End. So
Rhea for 14.
So it makes sense to swing with the other Rhea as well.
64, and I go down to 45.
6,400. He's got plenty of blockers, as well as Farisia to be able to answer the Never End as a barrier blocker, which is very good. So, Brendan's in a very good spot here. Out of cards though, but also at the same time, David's only down to two
I
cards.
will go to combat.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I'll attack with Farisha for 16.
That's fine. Go to 80. I go down to 29.
Gaining.
All right. And that's all from me. Go ahead.
I don't hate that play of gaining the
Drop.
life
Yep.
because 8,000 damage
Move
is.
to attack.
Yep.
With everything gaining +16 though. I mean, 80 is very doable from this hand, especially if he hits a different stone. So I'm a little wondering why. Yeah, but the 8,000 life, I'd rather have a guaranteed blocker that Never End can't hit me
flyer
for.
on your field.
That's right.
But we do have feet. I suppose we do have feasting to be able to block the Never End as well. Right now we're representing
Okay.
16, 22, 49.
Jeremy, how much time do I have?
There are currently 20 minutes left on the round. We have blockers for 2 of the creatures, 3 of the creatures.
Go ahead, enter combat.
Yep, you're in it.
I'm gonna have my Exorcist Mage attack into your Golem.
Go to blocks.
Yep.
Block was triggered.
That's fine. Trade.
Interesting.
No cards in hand?
None.
Alright. Green. 1
I mean, we obviously wanted to get rid of our own Exorcist Mage here
and best feasting for Waking Up Feasting Awakened
to get 2 1-drops.
to get
2
2
1-drops?
drops. Yep.
Yeah, you get 2 1-drops.
What 2 1-drops are we getting here? Two Pierres for swiftness?
Pier and Pier.
That's pretty good. Those are both swinging in for 20. This is what I'm talking about with the Farisia.
They enter with bow counters.
But it would take... You can't kill the feasting, though? Like, even with all the bow counters, you can't kill the feasting? So, like, the damage just isn't there? And we have the blockers. And we just lost our feasting, which is weird. Find the lethal. Let's play spot the lethal. Unless we have more things with swiftness. I mean, it's very possible.
Green and 1 for Waking Up Feasting, getting a 1-drop from my
Oh, another Pierre. Most likely is another Pierre. That's very good. I still think Bremont's in a position where he can block enough. Oh no, we've already used 1 Pierre. Another Never End maybe to draw? To cycle? Very curious as to what we're going to see played here.
And grab.
I would think,
Third
yeah,
Pierre.
another Pierre makes the most sense, because then we can deal 24 to 1 blocker. But I still think we have enough blockers to
Got
Spirit of Knowledge into
No, you're good.
Golem.
Or 1, I guess I have to do.
Yeah, that also would work to clear the board.
Yeah, you're good.
good.
That certainly would have been a good play. I don't know if he's playing
One
Spirit of
card.
Knowledge in the game, in the deck, though.
white and black for Cage and Mother Goose hitting your Wellster.
My well, sir.
Correct.
Oof.
Yeah, we'll go to next game.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be it at that point. So David getting the game there, going into game 2. Unfortunately, kind of feels like the Grus Ballesta spell missing kind of did backfire, but I'm not entirely sure how much that would have played into it. Now they get 3 minutes to sideboard. The Exorcist mages from David certainly put in a lot of work in that game. And the Never Ends as well. Thoroughly impressed by the Never End plays.
Alrighty, we did out 6 in 6. And I'll play first again.
Be taking out 7 and putting in 7.
Sounds good.
A little house.
How many cards did you say came in?
I took 7 out, put 7 in.
Alrighty,
And you did 6 and 6, correct?
that's right. Alright, do you want to come in deck?
Do 16.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
You're good. Go ahead.
You want to cut my stones?
Let's do top 3.
So
Sounds good.
Brandon is certainly behind here. It's a control. These are both control decks. Only has 13 minutes left, and he's down a
Let's do
game.
4.
I imagine Exorcist mages come in.
And 4.
And how much?
As well as the addition
4.
hate. Those early
4 off the main.
institutes
Yep.
just put in a lot of work.
My first mulligan will be 3.
And you said you're going first?
That's right.
Okay.
Playing against the clock for sure at this point. I'm not entirely sure how the deck can close that quickly unless we open a very, very aggressive hand. Rhea into a safe Sigurd into just a raw aggression. 7,000 life goes a long way in this matchup.
Second mulligan, I'll do 2. And then I'm not going to use my last mulligan.
Second mulligan, we'll do 2 again.
All right.
And third, we'll do another 2. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Alrighty, we will call a stone with Feetsing.
Yep.
It is a Gusting Skies. Go ahead.
Right.
Gusting Skies off the top.
Drop
Not what we wanted to see
Yes.
for a more aggressive start.
Gonna
Although
call
it
a
does give
stone
us some
with
like
Feetsing.
Sure.
6 Sage Stone.
We'll go ahead and recover Feetsing.
Sure.
Go ahead and pay white.
Yeah.
For pure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Enter combat.
Sure.
Wow, even
Attempt
the
to hit
aggressive
it
start
for
they were.
400.
Absolutely. I have us at 66 to 70.
Pass turn.
Alrighty. I'll draw.
Hmm.
Oh man, he cut out again.
Not the stones that he wanted to see to be able to go aggressive. We got a 5-color and a green-white stone available. Never End coming in early. $600 coming in with
Faster.
Pierre.
I'll draw.
Go down to 6,000.
Before I recover, I will pump Exorcist Mage.
That's fine.
This is the kind of opener that David wanted to see to put
That will stand.
Brandon on the back foot for
Yes.
sure in terms of just like pressure he has to go through.
I'll stone with Almerius.
Yeah.
6 Sages, stand.
Does finally
Yep.
see that black source, potential black
You
source.
have 1 stone up and an Energize.
Correct.
I'll go to combat.
Yep.
Attack Pierre.
Attacking Pierre with the Exorcist Mage. Not
Attempt to shoot
entirely
it for
sure.
400
Resolves.
and shoot it for 400.
Other than to waste the bow counters, maybe?
Hmm. Go ahead.
And a pass from Brandon.
Draw for turn.
Yep.
Before untap, we'll buff my Peter.
Yep. Pierre being
Sure.
a 6/6.
Move to untap.
Yep.
Call stone with Almerius.
Sure.
Sage Stone will go ahead and cover Almerius. Pay blue.
Yeah.
Never End.
Got a couple of them.
Never End resolves.
It does, yes.
Sorry. Draw.
Second Never End doesn't necessarily do much right now, but
5,
it's
6, 7
certainly a
in
good card to
hand.
have. Again, that cycling.
Go ahead to enter combat.
Yeah.
Go to hit you for 600.
Everybody on the board, these cheap bodies on board for him can just
54.
be one more thing to set up eternal
and
board
we'll get
states.
in with 100 with Never End.
And 100.
Sure. I'll attempt Rhea.
Tempting Rhea.
Seems kind of greedy to me.
Response.
But we only have one black source, so a Welser might be good here. Last lecture might be good here.
We'll attempt his last lecture.
Cancel war.
And we're gonna rest Almirius to buff my peer.
I will attempt Exorcist Mage.
In response to the last lecture. It's a good choice here.
Response. How many stones do you have up?
I have a green-blue stone up.
Just a green blue stone.
A Judgmented Feasting
Response.
wouldn't be
Will
terrible
energize. Cast another in his last lecture. Targeting your Exorcist Mage.
here. Do we have his last lecture on...
Sure. So
Oof,
these are both
rough.
going to end up bounced. Those last lectures will be exiled.
Rough.
And I'll take
And
one.
we're gonna Almirius from the second one.
Right.
And we're gonna buff him one more time to give him a +6 in total.
Who is this going on?
I attacked with Pierre. You flashed in the Mikage Rhea.
I took the Pierre damage that you attacked with Neverend. I flashed in Rhea to be
Yeah,
You're right.
you declared that the
My
pumps
bad.
you declared that the pumps were on Pierre, and we are at the attack of Never Ends.
That's right. I misread that. Yeah.
So Never End is
So-
still swinging in for 100.
I'll go to 53.
We could count this.
So missing out on that extra damage pumps just by calling the wrong card of what we're pumping here.
And I will end my turn there.
End step of your turn, I'm going to Ferocious Journey to put Exorcist Mage on the bottom draw card.
That's fine.
Go to my turn.
Yep.
With the number of things we have here, if we can hit a 4th stone, a golem would be pretty huge.
Cover. Callstone.
We have no way to protect it. That is a 4th stone. Ultra Magic Stone Golem would be very big here. We have no way to cancel it, no way to give stuff eternal, and it would eliminate 2 of his 3. 2 of his 4 Never Ends, and put a 20/20 on board, which definitely puts him in a red green to be able to get that kind of aggression. And we know we have a Mikage Rhea to set up for future plays.
We'll pass to you. Go ahead.
But no golem in
Rough turn.
sight.
Sure.
Move to untaps.
Chose not to give everything fairy
Call stone
tale.
with
Interesting
Almirius.
choice.
Yep.
Another one. Cover Almirius.
2 unique stones right now.
We'll pay a blue for Never End.
3rd Never End.
Got a couple of those.
1, 2.
Is that good?
Yep.
Currently control 8 cards that would count towards his eternal nature.
Pay a light for a peer.
There's number 9. If we can get one more, that
Light for
what
Pierre is fine.
one more 1-drop probably seals this game, unfortunately.
Move to combat.
Just because of the eternal.
400 with peer.
I will go to 49.
I just don't think there would be much at that point that Brandon can
400
do
with
to
peer.
get past 2 different
I will go
taps,
to
and the
45.
aggression from the Never Ends would be
100 with Never End.
too much.
We should cast Rhea.
Gonna try to cast the Rhea here. Similar play to last turn.
Rhea's fine.
Enter trigger.
Yep.
Go win Sigurd.
Yeah.
Go to blocks.
Yes.
block.
Response to block. We're gonna pay a light.
Mhm.
Cast Morning Angel, targeting your Sigurd in the grave.
Absolutely. Did you want to hit the Ferocious Journey as well?
Yes.
Wow, and a Morning Angel here to just remove it.
And
David having all the answers here.
we'll tap Feasting to activate Neverend. I
So
have
it gains
10 on
plus
board.
14, plus 14 in Eternal.
Um, 10 exactly, huh?
The problem is, even if he kills something, he'll still have 10, because it checks things in graveyard as well.
Yep, that's just fine. I'll gain 4. I'll go to 49.
But
And
now he
we'll
can
go in
swing
for
in.
15 with the other Neverend.
I'll go to 34.
Tester.
And we still have Eternal.
3470 is the life count.
Yeah, we
Is
still
that my
have.
understanding?
That's what I got.
Alrighty.
We still
Start
have
with your turn. I'll try Morning Angel.
That's fine.
at the end of our turn. We're going to flash in Morning Angel.
Alright.
Yeah, we still have the ability to give
Go to
Eternal
my draw.
Yes.
from these never ends.
I recover. We are going to pump Morning Angel.
That's fine.
We will call a stone with Feasting.
That's fine. How many cards in hand?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
This stone's going to recover Feasting.
That's fine.
Go to combat.
Yep.
We'll attack one of the never ends with the Morning Angel.
That is time on rounds. Brandon, you are turn 0. I'm not sure what the purpose of attacking here into the never end is,
We will
because it
go
still
ahead and
counts.
float a white, float a green,
Sure.
and we'll activate Neverend.
Absolutely.
So green floating here.
Yeah. White, green, blue, black, red. Oh, I don't actually control defense stance. Nice. Never mind.
Oops.
I know. I was like, wait a minute. There's some reason this doesn't work, right? Unfortunate.
These never ends putting in a lot more work than I expected in this matchup, for sure. Easy enough to get to 10, and then they just sit there.
Whew.
The flexibility of it. And he's staring down 45 damage just from the never ends next turn. Even without.
Yeah, this was a bit of an unfortunate game. A bit unfortunate.
Oh, and he has the final
Yeah,
stance in
they're
hand,
there.
which
Alright,
feels
well.
bad.
We'll play Rhea.
That's fine.
We'll go put a Sig in the graveyard.
You got it.
I don't know if there's anything that you could do in 2 turns when you don't have a board set up.
Oh, just kidding. They're in my hand.
Oh, and the
Oh.
Sigurds are in his hand.
I know. We'll put a Phorecia in the graveyard.
That's fine.
There's been a lot of not great stuff going on here. Yeah, you got it, man. Good job.
All right, good game.
Brandon's just gonna
I wish I
concede.
could shake your hand.
Oh, well.
So, oh. So Brandon concedes. He realizes he doesn't have anything to go there. So unfortunately, just everything seemed to be in his hand for Bremont, and yeah. So David takes it 2-0 in top 8 moves on to top 4. We'll see how the other matches are going. Yeah, those Never-Ends put in a lot more work than I expected. Let's look at Never-End here. MVP of that deck for sure. Picture. Well, in the meantime, you know what? Actually, let's talk about this. So if you haven't already seen, several cards were spoiled today from the new mini set. We'll talk about this. You can't read it. I can. Lumia. It's one of our Marvel rares from the mini set. I'd be interested to talk to you guys about what you think about this card. One cost 2/5 with quick cast that when it enters, you gain life equal to the life that you've lost this turn in any way, whether that be payment, loss of life from damage, loss of life effects, anything else like that. Yes, it would count to Ouroboros' reset life, and also it draws a card. And then on the darkness side, it is 1 quick cast, and you can remove a resonator with total cost of 2 or less from the game. And if you pay the awakening cost, which is 1 white, you can put in the resonator half, just like the other dual spells that we've had. So 1 black, 1 white for remove a thing, put a body into play, gain life, draw a card. This is certainly a Marvel. Certainly has the power of a Marvel. I like its stat line to me is nice. It's a good, for what it is, for what it does, that it's not just like a bomb. I like the fact that, I think David might be waiting for me. Hold on 1 second. So I like the fact that I like the fact that it's printed at an era that has a lot of burn, and also just tells this Ouroboros deck that you have to play way differently. You can't just pop off in the early game, which I think is the frustration of that deck, which is nice. And then just flavor-wise, it's beautiful. Card art-wise, it's beautiful. The removal side, for one, I mean, like, I like it. I like that it RFGs. So this hits things like Sigurd. Like the fact that we have this that hits Sigurd, which is really nice. It hits other really important 2-drops and 1-drops, and just gets them off the out of the game. Things like Suya, being able to instant speed pop a Suya so that it doesn't also become a discard spell. Like, I think this is very, very good. Very much worthy of being a Marvel. I also saw Pandora and Grim, 2-drop 6/6 that whenever +1/+1 counters are put on it, it gets double that much. And then on enter, this turn you may play the activate abilities of rulers you control that can only be activated once per turn an additional time. So essentially recharges your once per turn activates the turn that it comes into play for your rulers. So obviously this is an Oborozuki card. Lilius doesn't necessarily hate it. Celesta also double explore. Like, let's accelerate the exploration plan. I like that a lot. So that's pretty cool. Clearly this is meant for Oborozuki. Reveal a flute, get 4 counters, reveal a flute again, get 4 counters, move 4 of them to this, get 8 of them. So suddenly you have a 2-drop 14/14. Like, seems really good. Certainly a card that I think is going to be a nice little buff to Oborozuki for sure. These are all from the mini set, Rebirth of Legend, by the way. And then we also saw El Dorado Pearl Shine, 4 cost 13/13. That on enter, he's a panda support. That on enter, you get 1 of each of the 5 different kinds of counters: white, green, wind, or gems. You get gems: wind gem, light gem, darkness gem, fire gem, water gem, and then you can banish each of them to do an ability. So darkness is discard a card, wind is produce a will, blue is draw a card, red is a thunder, and white is produce a will of any or produce, what is white? Draw a card? No. It's so small I can't remember what it does. Wind is produce a will of any color. White is destroy an addition. Pop an addition. This guy's very expensive, being a 4 cost, but I really like him a lot. I think, you know, I can only imagine scenarios where you're like playing a panda deck and you're sitting on like 20 darkness gems because that's what that deck did, and then you're just like, okay, Eldorado, you don't have a hand for the rest of the game. Da-da-da-da-da. Ta-da. So it looks like right now our top 8 so far is George Kuzos, David, Derek Muguneza, and then we're waiting on the results of Joe Ramirez versus Sam. So waiting on the results of that. I know that there was also another card spoiled today. Then there was 2 other cards for this split day. I don't have the images for them. They were spoiled and then immediately taken down. I haven't found them yet. Let me see if I can find them real quick for you guys. I think I can find them in one of my servers that I'm a part of. Confidential spoilers. Here we go. Cain and Abel. There was save image. And then this one. Put this here. Okay. Change this. So we can see we have a Cain, an Abel at least. I imagine there's also a Cain, but I'll also grab this. This is Lars, Sacred King. 2-drop 5/10 that has quick cast. If damage would be dealt to you, it's dealt to him instead. Also another nice little anti-burn card for a 2-drop. And then you can awaken it by resting a recovered J/ruler you control when you cast it to heal an Astral Ruler. This to me is a wonderful, because it's quick cast, it's wonderful. Like if your J-Ruler gets killed, then you go to your turn, flash in this guy in the recovery phase, awaken it, heal your ruler, flip it back over, and then like be able to immediately judgment again. Like that's very, very cool to me. We've been sorely missing heal for a long time. I'm very much excited to have heal come back, or for Eternal formats have multiple ways to heal. That to me is going to be a lot of fun. And then our other card is Abel. This is a 1-drop 4/4. Abel, the top 2 of the Light Palace. I imagine there's probably a Cain card then. That's the other top 2. It's a 1-drop 4/4 with Eternal. It even mentions Cain on the card, so that also works. That you can awaken it by resting a Cain that you control, and then on enter, it recovers all J Resonators you control. Having a way to double swing is potentially insane. And also just a 1-drop 4/4 Eternal is very, very nice. I like that as a body. We'll have to very much see what Cain does. So far, just from the impressions we got about the impressions we have about the mini set so far, we've got very clear direct support, very general support, like very clear direct support in the terms of Grim and Pandora, very general utility card support in the terms of the Marvel Rare and Lars, some neat techable cards in the form of Abel and potentially Cain, and then randomly Wanderer support for pandas. Like, this mini set is great. I love it already. We've seen 5 cards of the 25, and I'm like, yeah, sign me up. If you want to get that product, by the way, there are still taking pre-orders for it at Odyssey Games. You can check the links down below for that and S3. Also, you can consider clicking that join button as a member to support us on the channel. If not, just consider to click that subscribe button. We hope you're enjoying the streams. The memberships are like a Twitch subscription, but it's just through YouTube. Gets you access to the custom emotes and the chat during GP streams. We also do regular chats are available, but during GP streams, gets you roles during our Discord, which you can get in down below as well. And again, it just helps us go support the channel and continue to improve. A lot of the new set that you see here in terms of the lighting, the better camera, me being lit, everything else, that's because of members just like you. So we appreciate that a lot. We're going to go to a quick break here as we wait to find out what our top 4 match is going to be. But look forward to that. We will try to get the match that doesn't have David, since we just saw him. But again, it's a lot of final stance on Marius decks. There's 7 of the top 8 decks had final stance. So we'll have to see what the matchups are going into top 4. So be back in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here. So we have higher seed Derek Mugunez at first seed. And then they're getting stuff set up for top 8. Getting stuff ready. We have Almerius Gruspalesta not feasting. So they're getting things set up here. I'll make it so that we can hear them as well. We do have Charlie joining us for this round as a judge here.
Charlie said we can do mulligans too, right?
Correct.
And then pause. Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They're going to go ahead and resolve their mulligans here, and then once they're done resolving mulligans, we will start their 60 minutes. Steven, yes, the top 8 did decide to split for cash. So at this point, the top 8 players are literally playing for the unpaid invite. That's correct.
Straight up, Derek. I think I'm actually afraid of your deck.
I've been hearing that a lot lately, actually. I'll do 3 for the first mulligan.
Okay.
Because as far as we know, there is no... We're not sure, so we're saying at this point in time, we're not sure if there's any metal prize cards. We don't want to commit to something that doesn't exist. But right now, it's just the gold Uber Zeros for all of top 8. They decided to split the cash, and so they're playing for the unpaid invite. Which
Are you
Derek
and
already
Calvary
has
in
an
the same
unpaid invite.
list?
Yes.
Okay.
He didn't know what to play. He asked me for a list. I was like, here's mine. I was like, all right. He's like, all right. I will send 2 back for the final mulligan.
Okay.
Right. Mulligans have been resolved.
Are you guys ready to go?
I'm good
Yep.
to go.
Charlie, you good?
Yep. All ready.
Okay, you guys have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to top 4. You may begin.
Right,
Okay.
good. You start at
And
70.
we are
Yes,
in.
I will call for stone.
Gruspalesta
Search
Almerius
You got it.
versus Feasting
trigger,
Moonstart.
and then how do
Derek
you want me
choosing to
cut?
go
You
second.
can do top 2.
Makes sense.
Top
With his opponent not having multiple mulligans, with his opponent not having
Overhand,
extra card draw, like just maximizing the value,
in a way.
makes the most sense to me of going
Cards.
second.
I'll pass.
It's good.
Just a pass after hitting stone.
I will call a stone. You got
Gusting
Skies.
Skies.
I'll go ahead and slam down a Genesis.
First turn Genesis.
And
All 3
that
games,
I will
every
pass.
game we've seen Derek play this match, in this
Gusting
tournament, he's
Skies,
had
that's
um,
sorry,
Uh,
green, white.
that is
he's
correct.
had Genesis
Make sure
on
I
turn
remember.
1, which is
Been a while.
really good.
I don't like those colors a lot.
Mhm.
End of your turn, I'll attempt to play Raya.
That is good.
The Ray is
Okay.
going to go ahead and resolve. We get to send a card. Lingering on a Suya, potentially. Ultimately,
Final
choosing to take the
stance.
final stance.
Dance. Ima no Kamae wa.
It's done.
Sounds good.
Do you want me to cut?
Nah, you're right.
Go to my turn.
Sounds
Draw
good.
card. For recovery, I will thump.
Sounds like a plan.
And then I will, I'm just going to sack a stone.
Oh, okay. We're going to sack a stone after pumping.
Priest. Untap.
Mhm.
Tap for stone.
Sounds good.
Trigger Grubalesta.
So we can produce any color. Sam's certainly one of the players. We didn't see a lot of Gruspalesta decks yesterday, so Sam's certainly one of the people who looks like he's just a little bit more active in terms of pulling the trigger to just sack his stones, which makes a lot of sense.
For combat.
Yep.
That's 26 in the air.
I'm taking 6.
We're going to take the 6 damage here.
34 to 76.
Derek
Okay.
doesn't care too much about the drain because he's got the Ouroboros there.
Sad dance. Yeah. Let's go and play Suya.
Do we see a cancel on the Suya? we can do a little bit of a war here with last lectures. They both have. Well, Derek has 2 green right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sam has 1. We're gonna lose the
Okay, I'll
Genesis.
put my 0 counter on it,
Sounds good.
and I shall pass.
I will draw.
Oh, we did have a.
Before it
Looks like we
covers,
did
I
have a
will
last lecture there.
activate Move start to draw a card and put one on bottom.
Okay.
Draw. I will put. How about recover? Recovery good?
Yeah.
Prizing for top 3 of this GP at this point in time, Jalen, we don't have any confirmation as to if there is a prize card for first, second, and third. There is belief that will be one, but there's been some difficulties with printing on stuff. So
Okay, that's
not
fine.
entirely sure what's going to happen
Also
there.
on with
But other than that, there is no prizing for first, second, third outside of the more cash, which the
Yeah, that's
players
fine.
decide to
Wait,
split.
I can't
and
respond.
the,
I don't know why I paused for.
And
you
then,
paused though. I was
um,
like, I have to like,
And then the
I
unpaid
have to like
invite
think
for
about this. And I was like,
first place
wait,
invite.
neither one of us has done anything.
I will cast a second Genesis from hand.
The reason why we're pretty sure, talking to Svetlana, that this event is unpaid is because it became a
cards in
GP so
hand.
close to the date.
I will
Like it was
pass.
announced and there was only a week. Whereas I know
The
that
end of
there
your
is effort
turn.
being done for future events to have paid
I will
invites,
send
especially
2
since we
casts.
know that other
Exorcist
regions are going to
Mage.
have paid invites.
Spicy.
Cool kid.
So
In response.
I imagine we will also get some paid invites later this season. But again, don't quote me on it.
I will activate Move Start to draw a card.
Okay.
Morgiana will place.
So we have a Exorcist Mage attempting to be cast. We're going to try to potentially dig for an answer here. Yeah, if we do get metal cards, they would most likely be 0. That's probably true, as she is the top 8 Uber of this event. They just might not have gotten printed in time.
What's that one?
Did we have an answer there?
This on the bottom of my deck. And I will Wowzer that back to your hand.
Exorcist Mage going back to the hand with his last lecture, which is just even more card selection for
Get some counters and
Derek
stuff.
with the Mood Start recovery.
You may proceed.
Drop your turn.
Mhm.
Before recovery, tend to pump up Ray again.
Right, that's good.
Rhea pumps once again.
Morgiana's 33.
That is correct.
Corpse Stone.
Yep.
Trigger.
Wow, not hitting those 6-8 stones. Which feels real bad when it's Crucible Esta, because you want to kind of be like cycling through them a little bit early. Whereas now you're not going to get nearly as much value off of it.
Yeah.
Exorcist Mage doesn't hurt Derek's deck too much outside of the Ouroboros, of course. As well as potentially, his last lectures.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and do.
Playing an Institute.
Mhm.
Hard casting an Institute.
Yeah. Let's keep
Leaving
that.
up the green whites.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Black and green.
Uh,
Leaving up the
Make sure I tap
black
right.
silence to try to cast a Institute. I think we still know we have a last lecture in hand, but and now that he's tapped the white, the Exorcist Mage can't stop it, so we're just wondering about a last lecture duel here.
I'll activate Move Start in response.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to dig.
Top 3.
Maybe some addition hate. I don't know if Derek is playing any addition hate in the main. Let me take a look at the list. Derek in the main list does not have any addition hate.
Or his
Yeah,
last lecture, excuse me.
Response. Oh, I meant to leave the white for that.
Oh, yeah, Samuel realizing that he tapped incorrectly here, not having the white for the
Yeah.
Exorcist Mage. It's a
Understood.
pretty big blunder on Samuel's side. Giving Derek, tapping him low, only one green source, clearly doesn't have a cancel. This means that Derek's in a pretty good spot to be able to just do whatever he wants next turn.
Also in 6
Yep, I'm taking 6.
Derek doesn't care about the life loss, or the life gain,
28 to 82?
because he just plans on
Yeah.
resetting his life back to 2,000 anyway. Wow. So my stones are important, and unfortunately losing that 6-8 stone
Draw.
in the early game, like again, not hitting it.
For recovery,
Real-
I'll activate
real unfortunate.
Restart. Top 3.
Because Derek has just been able to sculpt his hand and now doesn't have to play through a last lecture because Sam indicated there wasn't one through his hand there. Probably no way to really stop him unless I don't necessarily know if there's any.
Recover.
Looking at Sam's deck,
Sure.
let's see if there's anything to be able to answer the Mirage.
No calls. Yeah, calls.
That's instant speed. Only instant speed cards are
Response,
Rhea,
stone. I will
Defense
activate
Stance,
Restart.
which we can't cast, and that's it. So the only possible quick cast
Yeah, that's
cards is another Rhea in Sam's, since we know that there's no. Also,
I'll pay 2 for Mirage.
Sam is not
Okay.
playing a single copy of Welser in the main. That's very interesting.
Yep, that's fine.
So now we just get to sculpt. No copies of Welser in the main board or the sideboard. Unless I'm misreading the deck list. Doesn't look like it. That's gonna come back to haunt him, I think, for sure in this matchup. He wants to be able to. So, like, his only answers was the morning is the Exorcist Mage, and that's just been answered now. The Ultra Magic Stone Golem,
Okay.
sure to wipe it, but Derek just needs to put on the pressure for one turn.
Mhm.
Yeah, it has a single copy of Magic Crest at Darkness, Awakening of Curse Ballesta, Duet at Darkness, Defense Stances, but not a single copy of Welser in the list. This should, I mean, with the amount of sculpting that I imagine Derek's going to get to do this turn, probably going to see the push through for the lethal here.
Check really quick. Adding. These are going to bottom. Uh, 4C.
Yeah, just so much card selection, like we've seen before. Looks for Lycaons, looks for all of those pieces. And he still has access to green and Genesis, so he can cast kind of whatever he needs. He can cast a Phrasia's Journey, which also draws him a card. He can cast 2 Phrasia's Journey, which draws him 2 cards, and cycles those elixirs back into the deck, or those mirages back in the deck.
We'll do this one.
And then cast 6 spells this turn.
I will. Yeah, I will cast Lycion.
Okay.
I will then cast a second Lycion.
Okay.
2 Lycions.
I will activate the first one. To make the next spell that costs 2 or less free.
Free, which we can
With
play.
it,
Oh,
I will attempt to cast
Resistance.
of the double-protected deities.
That is fun.
yep. Typically, Travis, that would have been the case, but the top 8 decided to split the cash. So they all.
When you cast resistance, make sure you declare which option you're picking.
Resets his life to 2,000.
I will then. Use the green to cast Precious Call to action to give him swiftness and draw a card.
Okay.
And Ouroboros doesn't have flying, so we still got to get through the Suya. We need a removal spell for the Suya when he goes to block. Or the Rhea that gets flashed in.
I will then move to combat.
Okay.
I will swing at you for 2,000.
I will attempt to block.
I will use Genesis for a blue to return Tsuyu back to your hand.
Yep.
That will be game. So we go into game 2. Yeah, not having any kind of cancels really hurts for this matchup for Sam. Looking at his sideboard, we got a Feasting, Cage Mother Goose, Road to the Undead Lord, a Morning Angel, Optical Camouflage, Parry, Dispelling Stone. Light of the Sacred Spirits could come in to be able to hit the Ouroboros, potentially. Awakening of the Undead Lord doesn't feel good. Optical Camouflages also feel pretty decent here. Those would be the things that I would pull in. Also potentially the Dispelling Stones, so that we can pop the Lycions if they get played too early. Those would be my thought. Squid.exe, yes, the top 8 are splitting the cash pot. I'm going into Derek's list here. Nidhogg's maybe, Dispelling Stones. Maybe the Morning Angels as well would be my thoughts. But like decks seem to work pretty well there. Maybe the magic of Trust and Loves as well to be able to remove the Morning Angels more effectively. The Morning Angels are the Exorcist Mages that Sam might be playing. So would be my thought. We'll have to see. The problem is I don't really think there's much that Sam has against this deck. Just an unfortunate matchup without playing. Like in the main board, Ultra Magic Stone Golem is not super relevant. Because like if Derek's going to pop up, he's going to probably do it all in one turn. Doesn't go super wide with the board. The Pharesias are helpful to be able to kill the Morgianas that costs cards. I think you get rid of the Magic Crest of Darkness. The Dark Alice's Smiles also are pretty decent. The Duo of Darknesses probably get pulled. but yeah, it's a rough spot for Sam for sure. Not having that white up, choosing to leave the black green instead of the green white up was not great.
Cuts are offered. Would you like to go first or second?
Would like
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that. Was that
second. I want to
second?
second.
Okay, sorry. All right.
How do you want me to cut?
Halvesies is fine.
So Travis, who ended up getting the invite? The invite will still go to first
10-1.
place. The top 8 are just decided that all of them will take $125 instead of actually playing to split the $1,000. So the money was split among the top 8. They are still playing out the top 8 for the invite. Essentially, it's just a way that everybody who top 8'd still gets the most money without having to put in as much work, regardless of if they win or lose. The only people who make more than 125, if they don't split, is first and second. So the idea being, well, we'll all just take 125 and everybody, has a good time there, and then we'll play for the unpaid invite. So. This event only has one invite, Andrew. It would be expected that most likely future events will have multiple, especially from what we're hearing in regards to other regions' events. And we still are waiting for any kind of details on the GPs that are much more, that weren't announced a week ago.
2. And do 2 again.
Derek does already have his invite, so if he makes it to the finals, whoever he plays against in finals will be guaranteed the invite. So if Derek wins here, his opponent in finals gets an invite to Worlds.
6 Sage Stone. Response activate start.
Sure.
Because it'll pass down, or he'll beat Derek and get the invite anyway.
And I will just pass to you.
Just a 6 Sage Stone and pass.
My turn, I shall draw.
Oh, Feasting came in.
Copperstone,
So we're down
search.
to 7,000 life. Doesn't necessarily do much when we're getting reset to do that anyway. That makes a lot of sense.
Sugar.
Absolutely.
How would you like me to cut?
Top 2 is fine.
Okay. Covers.
So,
Pass.
yeah, I imagine
I will draw.
we don't want to give Derek too much time.
I will activate move start.
Okay.
Cycle a card.
The final stance, I imagine, probably came out when the Feasting came in.
I will step at the bottom and cover.
But I'm also not sure
I'll go ahead and call stone.
what the deck is necessarily doing if it's not trying to final stance. Like, you could do the same kind of stuff, but it doesn't get quite as much tempo value out of things without the final stance.
Pay a green. And I will cast Morgiana.
Okay.
Morgiana coming down here.
I will pass to you.
At the end of your turn, I'm going to attempt to
Kaya
a
Rhea.
Rhea.
Yep,
Rhea's good.
makes sense to me. Trying to get the
Enter good.
pressure started. What are we sending here? The one Sigurd? Suya? Nope, it is going to be the Sigurd. That makes a lot of sense. Certainly just got to get a little bit more aggressive, I think.
How would you like me to cut?
Halvesies is fine.
Okay. Go to my turn.
Absolutely.
Draw. For recovery. Stone. Get a new one.
Okay, at least this time we hit the 6 Sage Stone. Is he going to sacrifice another one?
Yeah, just recover.
No, okay.
Sounds good.
Keep it. I think that's important. I mean, 5 color stones seemed pretty good for him
Fourth
last game.
stone.
He can
Trigger.
now do
Oh, excuse me.
Freezing Judgment for 3.
Want them to cast a Suya.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Sam, use your green black stone as opposed to your 5 color. Derek only has access to 1 will here. Getting rid of the Morgiana certainly hurts Derek's deck a lot. In terms of just, he has to blindly hope to draw the cards when he's trying to combo off, as opposed to just being able to do
Okay.
the selection.
Top 3.
But for resolves, we could use Moose Chart to look at the top 3. Morgiana here.
I will grab this one. And I will put got 2 of them. I'll put this one on the bottom. And see you will resolve.
So I get a counter. Go to combat.
Sure.
I'm just going for 4.
Sounds good. You go to 44.
I shall pass.
Shall draw.
Swinging in with the Rhea.
Number of cards in hand?
5.
Pass there.
Cover. Call stone.
So I'm trying to analyze, like, Derek is just going to stick to the same game plan.
A mirage.
Knowing that, having seen the deck list, knowing what Sam has available to him, Derek's game plan is just the same. I'm not entirely sure what Sam's game plan
In
is.
response to Mirage.
Light of Sacred Spirit also could hit a Mirage
Mhm.
once the first 4C resolves, which is pretty decent.
I'll attempt to cast Exorcist Mage.
Yeah. Exorcist resolves.
Okay.
I will cast a 4C.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need to kind of cycle up.
Two,
So we've got access to a green, black, energize, and a void. Optical camouflage exists to be able to use the
Okay.
void. 1-drop green, black cards. Could do Araya. Don't have access to defense stance.
let's see.
Right now, the only castable card, I think, on Sam's side outside of Araya is, at this point, Optical.
I will rest Mooch Dart to cast Magic of Trust and Love to shoot your Exorcist Mage for 700.
Parry, but we don't have access to white anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, that's what I thought. The come in with the Magic of Trust and Love.
So I will cast a Lycion.
We have Lycion.
Okay.
And then I will pass to you.
I'm gonna pass.
It's my turn. I should draw a card. Recover.
We need to start casting that Sigurd from Grave to put on pressure against Derek. The problem is Derek still has a lot of available. Essentially, it's 3 will. Plus his own very large Mirage.
Sacrifice stone.
But it definitely needs to be an
Trigger.
institute right now. Derek also, things like Bewildering Charm and Optical Cable bounce is very good for Derek, the way Derek is playing his deck, because like he just needs to remove 1 blocker. When people playing and with people playing a lot of things like Eternal or the Institutes that have huge attack or can't be destroyed, like I just need to remove it once, so a bounce is really good for being able to do that. It doesn't have barrier.
How many cards in your hand?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
6 cards in hand.
Oh, maybe not destruct my stones here.
I'll attempt to cast Curse of Ragnarok.
Ooh, a 1-cost Curse of Ragnarok. Look at his hand RFG card.
That is okay.
So let's see what we have. Ouroboros.
Stone, Parisia's Journey, and 3 Welsers.
Wow. 3 Welsers, Ouroboros, Dispelling Stone, and a Parisia's Journey. Wow.
12. Let me go ahead.
I think you hit
and
the
hit
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. Force Derek to have to find another combo piece other than what he already has, since Derek is letting you resolve this.
Could take the notes quickly.
Thanks.
The problem is now you can't cast the Sigurd. You can't do much of anything since you know you're staring down 3 Welsers. And then again, we're in that same spot where there's just not a lot of quick cast stuff outside of maybe a defense stance on Samuel's side.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Let's get my
I
things
was hoping for more 4Cs, but then it was just like, nah, you get 3 Welsers. So I was like, okay.
He picked the Ouroboros.
Combat.
Sure thing.
Swing 4 in the air.
Yeah, they can play. Can go to 48.
Magic Crest of Darkness. Gets him back,
Crest
Asturia.
of Darkness.
Oh,
Wait, it's called-
think you're okay with that. Like, what is he targeting? He can't declare the target.
on enter or when it's on the chase?
Center.
On enter. Okay.
Yeah, I think he
Cards
let
in
this resolve. Because, like, his only cards are...
Hmm.
Oh, he can get the Exorcist Mage back. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, he's gonna let it resolve.
Center.
Yep.
I will attempt to get back.
I think, again, because we have so many Welsers, you're not necessarily
get
concerned
back.
about the Exorcist Mage.
Exorcist.
Really?
Because this is Sam taking action on his turn. Right now, Sam can cast that
Alright.
Exorcist Mage once.
And
And we have the Welsers to stop it.
I will pass.
Sounds good. I will draw. True.
Mm-hmm.
For recovery, I will activate Lycion to make the next spell free. I'll attempt to cast Dispelling Stone, targeting your
Crest of
Dark Magic
Darkness. This is pretty good. This gives him an opportunity to be able to cast 2 cards, because he can also cast the Pharasia's Journey here. Cycle a card back in and draw, and put another 2+1/+1 counters on. So then Mirage is sitting at being gigantic, but also I'm not sure, knowing that there's the Raise and Revives, I'm not sure you actually do tap out here. I think you just move to recovery.
I will move to recover.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, recovery's fine.
I will call Stone. Gusting Skies. I will pay 1 green to activate Pharasia's Journey.
Yep.
I will target this 4C to put on the bottom of my deck and draw a card.
That is fine.
So now Mirage will be a 19/21 swinging in. A 19/21 Mirage. It's very large.
I will activate Move Start to draw a card from the bottom.
Okay.
At this point, we're getting to the situation where Derek might pull what we've tried to do, what we saw him do in the last round of Swiss, where he swings, and then in response to no blocks, or after the blockers have been removed, then sets you down to 2 grand, so that you go down to 2 and then take over 20 damage.
I will put.
It's just a matter of if Derek has a way to find the combo pieces as well as removal. He's got the will for it for sure because of Lycion. But we need to play through a few things here. Especially knowing that there's an Exorcist Mage as well. Although we do have a Welser for that, so.
Pay 1. I will attempt to cast his last lecture to recover my Mood Start.
A casting of his last lecture to recover the Mooj Dart. When
Yeah,
there's
that's
nothing
fine.
on the chase.
Cover.
Now he has a 600 body. It's not bad.
So Spelling Stone, Journey, and his last lecture, I will cast Lycion for free.
Oof. That's also another benefit of being the third
spell.
spell. Yeah, now we have a Lycion.
Okay.
So we need Ouroboros resistance,
Goes to
a removal spell, and we have a Welser to stop the Mirage. So we need a removal spell and an Ooh, I don't know if we have the will. We're looking for 3 cards: a removal spell of some kind. Sorry, the removal spell of one kind, resistance, and Ouroboros. Those are the 3 pieces that we're missing because we have the Exorcist. That will certainly help us find what we need.
Yep, that's
4
fine.
Cs to draw 3 more cards.
Gain 4. Go to 20.
So a 25-27 right now
2.
with this Mirage.
Wait, why is the Luster still on the board?
So since there was nothing on the stack for its enter to trigger against, it doesn't actually go on the chase. So it doesn't have the remove this card from the game.
Charlie, can you confirm just real quick?
Yeah, that is how that works.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Yep.
Let's see here. I will then move to combat.
Okay.
I will swing at you for 25.
25 damage coming in.
25. That's a lot of. It's a lot.
She's a big girl.
The question is, do we have removal CAD? Or do we have removal or
Let's take
Boros?
the 25.
Nothing there. So take them down to 23. I mean, that's still over half his life.
I will play a Genesis.
Oh, and we still had Genesis. Charlie is head judging, correct.
I will pass to you.
At the end of your turn,
We tapped Genesis, and we didn't do it. Oh, we played a
I'm going to
Genesis.
attempt to cast a Rhea.
Ray is good.
Enter.
Rhea is good. Suya. So we have a heavy discard here.
How would you like me to cut it?
Halvesies is fine.
Put on my turn draw.
Before draws, I will activate this Lycion to make the next spell cost free. I will cast Dance of Spirits.
Dance
So you
of
can have those spells.
Spirits. Before draw.
Okay, yeah.
Continue.
So Sam just can't cast anything this turn. Whoa. Missed that was in the deck. We did not see him play that at all. Essentially a law of silence here. Wow. And in a deck that doesn't have a lot of cancels, that's not super great.
Stone.
He does have 1 cancel in the form of feasting, which is
trigger.
nice, but really does not have much
Cover him.
to be able to do during his turn during Derek's turn to be able to interact.
And I should just go ahead and pass.
Sounds good.
Okay,
I will draw.
Mirage is now a 27. So at this point in time, we just need removal.
I shall activate Lycion. Using the next spell cast, I'm going to cast Resistance. I'm going to choose the mode to look at the top 2 and add 1 to hand.
Trying to use resistance to dig.
So this is top 2, add 1 to hand.
Yeah.
And remove the other.
I'll respond.
Might see a Judgment of Feasting here.
I'll attempt to Judgment.
Sounds good.
This is nice because we can prevent all damage from the elixir for this turn.
Target, enter, target the resistance for cancel, and then target the Mirage
Yeah,
Sounds
to
good.
prevent damage.
the Mirage, so it can't deal any damage this turn.
The counter runner. That's what I know. Move to recover.
Okay.
We have 1 open. Did I already get that before recovery?
Derek trying to see if he wants to do anything else before he recovers here.
Still before recovery, actually. Sorry. I'm going to attempt to cast his last lecture.
Ooh, burning his Welsers now. To get another body on board as well as recover the mood start to maybe
That
dig a little
is
bit.
Fine.
And still before recovery, I'm going to activate move start to draw a card.
Okay.
Doing a lot of digging.
We'll put and recover. Oh, sorry, this goes to 24.
Huh.
Callstone.
Callstone with Feasting. We can't deal any damage this turn. We lost our resistance. I'm wondering what else we can do with this turn particularly.
Cards in hand?
4.
4 cards in Sam's hand. A Golem would be pretty good here, though it wouldn't kill the Mirage. And also wouldn't really stop much. That's the thing, is like Sam needs to hit some damage.
Yes.
We have flying blockers now. We have a flying blocker that can't really be removed with anything that Derek has, outside of I think Magic and Trust and Love. Magic of Trust and Love.
I will.
But also, with all these flyers, if Derek doesn't have enough removal, since he's burned his Welsers preemptively,
Okay.
an Institute could be pretty bad.
I will cast 4C.
That's fine.
We know there's at least one last lecture, provided he hasn't
This is 30.
milled it to the bottom with all these mood chart searches he's done. We do have access to Feasting recovered. So we can cancel that way too.
At the end of your turn,
Just a pass.
attempt to cast Exorcist.
I don't
There.
love the
Yeah, my turn.
Exorcist here. Unless we have, because now we
Yeah.
can't cast our own
Yeah.
Sigurd from Grave to get an Academy.
Stone, get a stone. Cover him. Do it again.
We're cycling through our 6-8 stones. We wanted to hit a 4th separate stone, so I imagine there's a golem in hand. It's
Interesting.
gonna kill.
So I'll just recover.
It'll just kill the Welsers? There's gotta be a research institute then, maybe?
How many cards in your hand?
I have 3.
3. That's not a lot. Sounds like you play a lot of cards too.
I mean, 32 is not. I mean, if we played an institute right now, they all get +8.
Dark Elf's Smile.
Oh, we're just gonna go with the discard route, which could be the route to go here.
Action and a Bewildering Charm.
Bewildering Charm to Prestigious Call to Action. Wow.
I'll hit the Bewildering Charm.
Sure.
To call to actions. Interesting.
We know he has a Suya Engrave and Suya on field. I think he might have 2 Suyas Engrave. So we could just cast both of them.
What is the Mirage shot? Star Wars?
35.
She's
35,
big.
37. Yeah, she's huge.
I'll tap Feasting for stone.
Sure.
Trigger.
We Judgments in Cruz Ballista? We are.
Let's go in Judgment.
Sure thing.
Having the Eternal blocker for the Mirage, certainly good. No way to remove it when we have 5 unique stones.
All right. Can you remind me what he does on his front side? I've actually never seen a flip Cruz Ballista.
Okay. So this card gains +2/+2 for each different name among all magic stones you control. This card gains Eternal as long as you control 5 or more magic stones with different names. And magic stones you control gain tap, produce Moon, or 1 will of any attribute.
Okay. So he's a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13. No, he's an 18 with Eternal?
17. He's a natural 7/7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
He's the only one with like odd stats. What's in your hand? I might. I might as well. Let's go and play Golem.
That's gonna get canceled.
So I will Judgment Feasting.
Sure.
I'll counter the Golem and I'll prevent damage of one of your Reyes.
Okay. I will
All he has is Energize for black or green.
pass the turn to you.
Choosing not to swing?
I will draw. Goes to 32.
He has the blocker for forever. He also hasn't won a game yet, though, is the problem for Sam. Although, if Sam does win game 2, he can just start with Almerius in game 3, and then
deck a Mirage / 4C and draw a card.
Okay.
So bottom deck this, draw, goes to 4, goes to grave. I will recover.
But again, if Sam can't win this game,
Two-color stone.
it won't matter. And Sam is now down to just 2 cards.
Guess I should use my on tap too. That's a mistake.
So the Mirage and the Gruselist are essentially negating each other.
Yes.
I will.
Neither one can swing or
Wait,
risk the
what's the
crackback. There's a Morge.
No. Sure.
Where are you going? Okay, sounds good.
I also think that
I'll pay 1.
Derek might have missed the
I'll
drawing a
target
card trigger for
my
feasting.
Welder to give it
For Mooch
swiftness
Dart.
and
It's an advantageous trigger and we're behind, so. Card selection. What do we need to close this game out?
Combat.
Sure.
Welzer will attack into your Exorcist Mage.
Where do you get precision from?
It gives swiftness and precision.
Oh yes,
Okay.
He's called to actually try to kill the Exorcist Mage.
And you have how many cards in hand?
I have 2.
I'll let that resolve, yeah.
Exorcist Mage is dead.
I will use Genesis to play Purchase Journey to target a 4C, put on the bottom of my deck, draw a card.
Sure.
Card selection again, because of Morge with the cycling. Really curious how we close things out here. I mean, Sam has the flyers, right? We could also Judgment Mood Start, but it's not very large.
Going to activate. You have 1 energize, 4 black, 4 green. Yeah. Oh, energize or not energize? Excuse me. Activate Lycion.
Mhm.
I will cast Magic of Trust to draw a card.
Sure.
Can only pick one mode. Again, that's cycling. Trying to find his way into something. Maybe another 4C, and we've probably at a point where we're might see the 4C very soon.
Activate Mode Start to draw a card, put 1 on bottom.
Sure.
Yeah. So Dennis, the way it works is, so last lecture's effect is recover a ruler if it was a 6 sage. Recover a 6 sage you control. I don't remember the exact wording, but recover a ruler if it was a 6 sage, put him into play. It might only just recover a 6 sage ruler. But then on the Resonator side, his enter effect specifically has to target have something to be able to target, to be able to trigger. So because there's nothing on the chase for him to be able to target with his effect, it whiffs. So none of the enter effect even happens. That's the ruling.
Cast 4C.
Sure.
We found our way into a 4C, so now we're doing significant card selection. Yeah, and Mirage doesn't get counters because it's a replacement effect to look at and add to hand as opposed to draw.
Cast 4C.
Okay.
Right. So the last lecture side is not the part where it gets weird. It's the Welser Resonator side. It's been ruled that if there's nothing on the chase for Welser to target with his enter effect won't even do anything. It fizzles off the chase.
Sure.
Because it's an illegal, at that point in time, it doesn't have a legal target, so it can't happen.
Let's see what we got here. We have 1 open. And do we'll cast another 4C. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll cast another 4C.
Okay.
Every one of these cards is just look at 6, pick one. It just allows Derek to kind of sculpt whatever he needs to be able to either find lethal or stop the lethal from being able to happen. Like he started the turn with 2 cards, and now we were at this.
Okay.
Another Lycion for another free spell.
Move to combat.
Sure.
I will swing at you for 39.
Block.
That is good. I will activate Lycion to cast Resistance to put in play a 12 protective deities.
Okay.
I will put in play Ouroboros.
Ouroboros is going to set him down to 20.
Okay.
Imagine he must have found all the pieces to be able to give swiftness.
Cast Precious Call to action to give it swiftness. And draw a card.
Okay.
Gets to draw a card, and he still has access to Lycion and 1 will to be able to deal with the blocker for the Ouroboros.
I will cast Lycion.
And another Lycion, just in case.
I will swing at you for 2,000. Move to combat, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I will swing at you for 2,000.
How about onto a block?
I will then respond with Bewildering Charm to return it to your hand.
Yeah, I got nothing.
And that
Right.
is the game. So Derek found his way
Man.
to a 2-0 win.
Holy Jesus. No, it was in my sideboard.
Or that.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was with my sideboard, I should say.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, we are here, ready for finals. Look at these guys all set and ready to go. And when they're ready, we will jump in. They'll have 90 minutes on the rounds. So you guys go ahead and get up through mulligans. Let me know when you're ready to go, and we will start your timer.
All right.
So we've seen this exact matchup before, and Derek took it 2-0 pretty decisively. But ultimately, either way, David does have an invite to Worlds because there is a pass down, and Derek already has an invite. So congrats to David for freshly congratulating for the World Championships in Japan. So we have the Never End Feeth Almerius version, which I love. I absolutely adore this version
Your
of the
main
deck.
deck will do.
And then we have the Mirage combo
The top 12.
deck over on Derek's
and
side.
Stones will do 3.
12. 1, 2, 3. And I will choose to go second.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Shining Legend, for the super chat. Glad to be doing the stream. We love doing it. It's a ton of fun. We have a great time with it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for move start.
Yep.
Looking forward to seeing what these guys can do. Kind of going to sit back a little bit and let
First
their
Logan
audio
will
kind of
put
take
back to
point on us here because we've seen this matchup before. But I don't really necessarily have too much more insight here, especially in Game 1. Game 2 and Game 3 is certainly Academy Guard can put in a lot of work
Second Logan will do
against
another
Derek's deck for sure. But we'll have to see how this goes. And hopefully David doesn't hit double black-green. Ryan Miles, welcome back. Glad to have you here. You can pick up your syllabus and report to class here on Ruler School.
And third Mulligan will
Glad
do
to have
1.
you here, buddy. Thanks for joining.
Okay.
You guys ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, you have 90 minutes on the clock. Welcome to finals. Congrats on making it here. Congrats, David, on your invite to Worlds. And you may begin.
All right.
All right, best of luck.
We'll start off calling a stone with these things.
Sure.
And back silence, and I will end my turn.
Sounds good. I will draw. Call stone. Sing.
Black Silence off the top. A little bit of flashbacks coming back here for David, but ultimately maybe he has the Rhea at least to be able to take advantage of it.
Let's cast a Morgiana.
That's fine.
Morgiana coming in.
End of your turn, we'll flash in Mikage.
Kage Rhea coming in, and no answer from Derek.
Yep.
Dump a Sigurd.
Sigurd going in. This is the potential very pop-off kind of turn, you know, with second stone. You can, we can't necessarily judgment and call stone this judgment and get into the institute, but we can try to get the institute.
Untap, we'll pump my
Rhea getting a pump in here.
move to untap.
Absolutely.
And call stone with Almerius.
Calling a stone with Almerius. Oh, okay, we have access to white now, but we don't have access to double black and green, so we can't cast the Sigurd this turn. That's really unfortunate. Let's see here. I imagine we might actually see Never End come down here because I'm not too sure.
Pierre.
Oh, a Pierre.
Pierre's good.
Here's very good. Being able to pop those Lycaons when Derek doesn't necessarily want to use them.
Move to combat.
Really?
Hit you for 6 in the air.
6 is good. Taking 6.
34.
Gain 6.
Gain 6.
34.76.
And 4 in the air with Peter.
And another 4. Just down to 3,000, just like that.
Pass turn.
I will draw. I will activate Luge Dart before recovery.
That's fine.
I'll draw. I will. I will put this down. Recover.
Yep.
Goldstone.
Second Deep Woods. No Genesis on the early game.
More cons. I will cast a Genesis.
There's the Genesis.
I will pass to you.
And then I pass at that point.
Draw for turn.
Absolutely.
Recover.
Yep.
Gonna call stone with Almerius.
Mm-hmm.
6 stage stone will recover Almerius.
So now we're in a position where we can kind of start to go off a little bit. But we do have to worry about the Welsers. I think there's a world where we go to combat first here. Vizieri
Just
Gaucho,
remember-
welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. You can pick up your syllabus and report to class. Glad to have you join us here as a member on the channel.
Resolves.
Draw. Never end.
To its
Professor Shining Legend, I wouldn't say this meta is faster. I would say that this meta is more complicated, where missteps in the first 2 turns can have a lot. Oh, Todd.
Sigurd and
Hi,
Grave,
Todd.
yes.
Welcome.
Tap.
Where missteps in the first
to
couple turns can
cast,
have the most potential
Magic
negative
Missile,
impact.
shoot it for 700 damage.
Is he playing that in the
Targeting
main?
what?
Never end.
Never end.
He was doing 2 copies in the
That's
main.
fine.
Enter resolve.
Draw.
Where like you really do the level of intricate interaction in the first 3 turns in terms of decision trees has certainly gotten more complicated. So it can feel faster because games can feel over a lot quicker. But I mean, as you've seen, most of these tournaments, most of these matches are going to like
Move to
turn
combat.
stone 6, stone
4 in
7.
the air with red.
So
Or no
yes
one.
and no would be my answer to that. Against burn, for sure. Against a burn deck,
And
certainly.
4 in the air with Peter. And before damage, we're gonna buff them by +2/+2.
Sounds good. Taking 6. 20.
Yeah, it's very
Pass turn.
intricate, I would say.
Uh,
Yeah, I would say for the most part, I mean, the fact that the top 7,
I will
7 of the top 8 lists were playing Almerius Final Stance stuff is a little bit worrying, but
That's
also
fine.
they, like you see here, the version that is most off the cuff with things like the Never End, certainly not being played anywhere else in the list, as well as this Mirage combo made it their way to the finals. Burn certainly got, yeah, cards just do more. That's a good way to put it, Ryan.
So
Mhm.
target. We'll target Bulging Charm to put on the bottom and draw.
That's fine.
Certainly a very aggressive, I mean, like we talked about, a very aggressive start from David was helpful here. Derek doesn't necessarily have a ton of removal.
That's fine.
And I think David is holding smartly here to be able to,
Probably
like, tell David that when he tries to make a move, he's not going to be able to. Like, we have Judgment available here. We have potentially double. We have potentially Morning Angel. This man is playing 4 Exorcist Mage in the main, as well as being able to play his last lecture. And as well as Feasting is currently open. And he is playing Optical Camouflage in the main as well. So, like, David has a lot of stuff to be able to one-drop stuff to be able to disrupt what Derek is trying to play here, even just in game one.
Yep.
I will.
Hey man, Morgiana's a good card.
Genesis.
Get those
Mhm.
promo Morges. They're
I will
gorgeous.
cast First Year's Journey. Target my First Year's Journey. Put at the bottom. Draw card.
That's fine.
This is post-recovery. Farisia's Journey to recycle. Yeah, I love Morgiana. Tell you what, my first version of Celesta I played was find a way to play Morgiana in that deck. It's awesome.
I will cast Lycion.
Nick!
Like
Charlie, our head judge. Thank you for joining as a member here on the channel. Welcome back. You can pick up your continuation of your syllabus and report to class. The other thing is too is with the we'll talk about this with Derek, but or just in general later. Derek's deck is literally unplayable after the mini set gets released, so that's funny. Lumia comes out next month, May 28th.
Lycion.
Second Lycion. Wow.
I will cast Lycion.
Third Lycion. Wow. Derek
That's
has 2 cards in hand.
Pay 2 to attempt to cast Mirage.
We attempt to cast the Mirage. We do have the will to recast the Mirage if we final. But I also think that if we have double, we do that.
Response.
Sure.
Go to Judgment Feast.
Ah, yes, good. I think
Cancel your
overall for
Mirage
these 2
and
days we're about
have
11 members total.
your,
11 new members.
Morgiana, do no damage this turn.
Morgiana can't damage, and
In response,
we cancel
I will
the
activate Lycion.
Mirage.
I will. Yeah, I will. His last lecture.
That's fine.
In response to his last lecture, I will activate Mage Dart.
Sure.
So resolve Mage Dart. 1, 2.
Oof.
Guess this.
I gotta read Welser real quick. Because this might be a genius play.
No, we don't want this one. So
He can
cover
return his
on
own
your
elixir back to his hand.
That's fine.
Yup.
Gets G'd. He's got 2 counters.
To then be able to recast it this turn.
I will pay green and energize. For Mirage.
That's fine.
That's a really
I
smart
will
play with
cast
that his last lecture. Really,
That's
really
fine.
smart, because now we've tapped out David and we're pretty open. All the only blocker we have is feasting, which we don't really have a way to remove outside of a Trusted Love, which we do play a second in the main. And I also think he recycled one, so there is very real possibility that Derek could just go off this turn and find lethal,
That's fine.
which is very impressive playthrough here. And this is the kind of thing that we're talking about complexity. We are at 94. We need 6 more members to be able to get the Lumia emote unlocked. We are at 94 members currently. That'll be our next goal is 100. So 6 more members and we get to the Lumia emote, which is adorable and I love it. Yeah, that was impressive play with his last lecture. So we still have access to Mood. We can still, technically at this point, Mood Shark could be used for Magic of Trust and Love, which would kill the feasting. So that's that. We need a resistance and we need resistance, Ouroboros, his Magic of Trust and Love, and Perseus Call to Action, which with all this draw power that we're doing here, we can certainly find. But those are the 4 cards we need. David is completely tapped out. So if Derek can find those 4 cards, it's over.
4C.
Another
Yep.
4C. This is the kind of thing that in game 2, David will be able to put a stop to very easily, or at least make Derek have to work harder to get to because of his academy guards. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
Pot of Greed to the deck. He doesn't have to put counters on Mirage because he's doing a replacement effect to look at the top 3 and add 1 to hand rather than draw a card. So Mirage doesn't actually see a card being drawn. Mirage sees because of the replacement effect.
Uh, 4C.
Oh my gosh, another 4C.
And is that the last 4C?
5, 6, 7. There's one more.
Okay.
Wow. Just every 4C in one turn. I imagine this is probably
Last
game.
4C.
Yep, there's the
There it
last one.
is.
There's a part of me that, even without the Lumia that was reprinted, would be in cluster. This deck wouldn't be possible. 1, because no dual stones,
What's
and
that?
2, you can only play 4 4Cs.
5-7.
8, 5, 7. I will attempt to activate Lycion.
Yeah, this is game.
Response.
Sure.
Gonna shoot your untapped Lycion.
Sure.
Ooh.
Response, I will activate this Lycion.
That's fine.
This one will resolve. Before this one resolves, I will cast this.
Ah,
Yeah.
there we
Put in
go.
play
This is a
Zoltec
good play.
Abilities.
That's fine.
This.
Set life down to 20.
This one resolves. I have a free spell cast this turn. I'll just go ahead and use it for swiftness. I will
That's
draw
fine.
card.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Just need a magic of trust and love.
I will move to combat.
Yep.
I'll swing at you for 2k.
And attempt to block with feasting.
I will tap my J ruler to cast Trust of Magic and Love to shoot Feasting for
Yep.
700.
And that hits J.
And that's 2,000.
Yeah.
You
got
card deal 700 target player or J Resonator.
So that is game
got it.
1. Derek takes game 1, and we go on to game 2. You know what immediately comes in? The Academy Guards. David certainly had a very strong start there. The playthrough from Derek with the his last lecture to save his own Mirage while I was on the chase certainly was what enabled him to be able to go off there. It was really well done. Let's see. In the side deck for David, Freesia's Journey potentially gets to come in. Light of the Sacred Spirit probably comes in. Battle comes to an end, and then maybe comes in to be able to rip out the Ouroboroses and just get rid of it. Like if you can see it in the opening hands, that might be good. Academy Guards definitely come in.
Take it
Morning
out for
Angels
another
probably
4.
don't come in. Those are my thoughts. Probably don't need. Probably don't need to bring. I'm trying to look at what they hear. Awakening of Feasting, probably not. Probably comes out. Cage of Mother Goose also probably comes out. Ultra Magic Stone probably comes out. Yeah, so I would think that several Never Ends probably. I don't think you play the Never Ends. I don't think they're needed. So 4 Never Ends come out, 4 Awakening of Feasting come out, 2 Cage of Mother Goose come out, 1 Ultra Magic Stone Golem comes out. So that's 10 out, and then you can put in Sacred Spirits, Pharisius Journeys, Academy Guards, and Battle Comes to an End. Like, you can get some of all of that in there. Those would be my choices. On Derek's side of the board, more Magic of Trust and Love, potentially. Nidhogg, potentially. Dispelling Stone, maybe. Maybe another Resistance. There's not a ton that I'd change out of Derek's list for this matchup. Outside of maybe bringing in more Magic of Trust and Love.
All right, that's the main deck. For you, halvesies is fine on both.
Tap on both.
Halvesies.
Oh, halvesies.
Yeah. Just so the stream is content. I don't think they actually care, but.
I'll do halvesies on you as well.
Sounds good.
Magic of Trust and Love is also really important for Derek to be able to answer the Academy Guard.
All right, that's fuck. 5, 6 remove start.
First mulligan would do 2.
Multiple mulligans.
Second would do 2 again.
3.
Ouroboros. Shining Legend, you 100% target Ouroboros.
And third would do another 2.
Derek has no way to recycle them. Resistance by itself does nothing. Mirage is, you can just remove it.
1.
Like, Ouroboros.
All right, good to go.
Derek's stone
All right,
base
I will start us off. Call stone.
does allow him to hard cast an Ouroboros.
Wants to enter. I will.
So you
drop
just hit Ouroboros and get rid of it.
1 on bottom. I'll put on bottom.
It has no way to regain them, so just
Genesis,
say
and
no.
I will pass to you.
Drop
Say
it.
your win con doesn't exist, especially as the Almerius deck.
Call stone with feasting.
Yep.
Cover feasting.
Mhm.
Pay a light for Pier.
Sounds good.
Pierre coming
And
down.
Pay a green energized for Pharisia.
Oh, energized green for Pharisia. I don't.
Go ahead and pay green to
His last lecture.
his
That
last lecture. In response, I will activate to.
Lycion would not be a good choice. Like, I don't think there is a choice outside of Ouroboros. Like,
Sorry.
Derek's deck
no, I'll
doesn't
just
have a
wait
win
for it.
con
Okay. that's fine.
other than Ouroboros. Like, Flute can get big, but we have spot removal to, or Mirage can get big, but we have spot removal to kill it. We can take multiple turns. We can play Golem. We
Alright,
can bounce
extra
it. We
combat.
can do everything like that.
Dang.
Ouroboros is the
54
actual thing
for-
that's making it so that our
Um,
life total is gone as the higher life total deck. So I think I do not think there is a grab other than Ouroboros.
I'll tap Mood Dart in response and shoot it for 7.
Wow,
Check it for 7.
getting pretty aggressive with these Magic
Nice
of
one.
Truth and Love to stop the 4 damage from Pierre.
Go ahead.
I understand that because he doesn't want to deal with the Pharisia next turn
Call stone.
for only 1 green.
response, I will activate to draw.
Yep.
I'll put a card in bottom.
He was on Magical Dragon for a bit, yeah, but that got pulled, Ryan. And we can see the card, like, because he can see the deck list. David had got a chance to look at deck list. So like he knows that there's no threat outside of Ouroboros. So
Move to untap.
it's-
Gonna Cold Stone of Feasting.
Mm-hmm.
Another one. Cover Feasting.
Sure thing.
Pure.
second Pierre. Which means we get a second Faurecia.
Attempt to cast Faurecia.
So Freezy is great.
4 cards in hand.
4 cards in hand.
And response.
Because he has the ability to like discard a card and kill a Morge.
Activate.
That's fine.
What are we trying to do? Losing Morgiana here would be not great, and every time he tries to cast Morgiana after that would also be not great. Like a body that he can't deal with, he doesn't have a way to remove that just says we can 1-for-1 with your Faurecias all day, or your Morgianas all day is real good.
Enter combat.
Sure.
Attack 4 in the air with Pier.
Taking 4.
Before damage.
Sure.
Use Faurecia, discarding the final stance +4 my Pier, and neg for your Margiana.
Wow. Discard the final stance.
I see.
So we're going to hit for 8 and kill the Morge all with 1 card.
Response. I'll use the green.
Sure.
To Faurescia's Journey to put this on bottom draw card.
That's fine.
Okay. I think it's a little bit of card selection here before the Morgiana gets killed.
And that is all. I will take it.
And we'll make it 10.
Wow, just a flat 10 damage with the Almerius.
It's down at 30. Tester.
Yeah, I kind of think you shoot. The problem with Morgiana, like the problem with there's so many ways for Derek to be able to pump up the mirages in response to trying to double kill the mirage in response to try to kill them, that I think the best option is probably to just kill the Morgianas.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand.
3 in hand.
I will pay 2 for Mirage.
Raj is good.
I will attempt to cast 4C.
4C is fine.
Okay, we're drawing some cards.
Let's see here.
Todd, I don't think it's necessarily a waste of a kill spell, because for this deck, like, the card selection is really key.
That's fine.
Draw 6, put 1 on bottom.
So no optical camo.
This one bottom. We'll cast another 4C.
That's fine.
At least this time we get to see him actually put counters on the Mirage, and we don't get to see him look at 6 and pick 2.
So only cast 2.
Yes, Faurecia being able to barrier block the Ouroboros is
Cast
also
Faurescia's
very
Journey,
helpful.
Target Mirage 4C, put on the bottom. Draw card.
That's fine.
David's not in a bad position here. Especially now that we have Final Stance engraved, so like we're gonna be able to judgment. Gonna be able to judgment the Almerius, which is really good. And get 2 turns, especially if we have an Academy Guard.
Lycan's fine.
If we hit an Institute into a judgment, like we're in really good shape. Because we do have Morning Angel on the side of Derek. So he is leaving it that
End your
wide
turn,
open.
we'll shoot your Lycan. Draw for 2. Move to untap.
Killed the Lycion, going into David's turn, which is great.
Do this while you're tapped out. I'll cast Morning Angel before recovery.
Sure, that's fine.
I'll target Pierre Final Stance.
Yep, we lost the Final Stance here.
Recover.
Yep, go ahead.
And you are tapped out.
Yep.
Second Final Stance. Institute still can get us a lot of pressure here.
Cool. Recover a minute.
Ugh, another 6-8 stone doesn't feel great.
Cast Institute.
Sure.
Triggers.
So this is good. We currently are getting everybody a +2/+2.
What the hell?
Oh, gross.
Response will buff by Furicia.
Sure.
I think we should have buffed the Pierre there. Unless he's trying to go for lethal this turn, but that seems difficult without a second Institute. Because everything's only getting +2/+2.
Pay blue. Never end.
Sure.
Draw, never end.
Yep.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're 2 shy for never end being able to.
30. Carson hand.
3.
3. You have a Morning Angel on front road. Okay. Pay a white or Peter.
Another Pierre. I mean, that's 12 damage.
Move to combat.
Sure.
8 in the air with Felicia.
No bucks.
Or 10, my bad.
No bucks.
Response to no blocks, but a buffer additional twice.
12. So we're at 18.
12. She's down to 18.
Do we have a way to get 6 extra damage out of
4
here?
with Peter.
6.
Is it 4 or is it 6?
Oh, 6. My bad. 6.
Okay, yeah, take 6.
Down to 12.
We need 2 green cards for lethal here.
And another 4 with Pierre.
6.
I'll attempt to block though.
We will activate Felicia.
Sure.
Discarding Sigurd, +4 to this Pierre, and Nick 4 to your Morning Angel.
Sure.
So we'll be taking 10.
Goes down to 2. Do we have another green card?
Pester.
Oh, no, we didn't. No. But now we're completely, like, exposed. I don't... That feels like not the right play. I mean, it would have been lethal had he had hit an actual different stone
Just one.
with the Institute.
I'll attempt to cast Morgiana.
But now Derek just
Oh,
gets
yes.
to kind of pop off, and you swung in with your barrier blocker.
Yep.
in response to its enter, I will activate Move Dart.
That's fine.
We only have one Void Will available. So that card in hand, if that card in hand is anything, if that card is anything, it can only be optical camo for any kind of removal. That doesn't feel great here. That feels like we're in a... Yeah, I mean, it's true. Derek does have to go off this turn. He only has 3 cards in hand, but now he's got Mirage. But he's also burned through a lot of his 4Cs already, so... Or a couple of his 4Cs already, so maybe...
Call.
Cards in hand.
I have 3.
3
still.
cards in
Okay.
hand. We have a Mooj chart. Neverend is not online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, it is. Neverend is online. We can give everything out. We can give everything eternal because of the 2 things. Yep, we can give everything eternal. So at least we have that to be able to block. But Derek has bounces,
green.
which doesn't feel great.
That's fine.
Floating blue green.
Activate.
That's fine. You made double green with the Sage Stones.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, double
Okay.
green. We haven't cast
So
anything this
what?
turn yet. Other than the Morge, so we haven't cast any spells yet. We're double green floating.
Remember what I put down there.
That's true, Ryan. That's true. The bounces will cost mana for sure, and if Derek is low,
Cast 4C.
That's fine.
now the card selection begins. The problem is though, Derek has 2 very large creatures. The Mirage. Oh, the Mirage isn't lethal though. The Mirage is a.
Will cast 4C.
Yep.
If he chooses not to draw cards, the Mirage is currently a 17. I honestly feel like we should have potentially optical camoed in response to the first 4C. Because he doesn't have the will to recast one here. So when his hand was low. I don't know. Because I'm not entirely... Like, if Derek is going to go off, he's probably going to have a way to answer a Eternal. So I'm more concerned about answering the draw. So if Derek didn't have a last lecture there after floating double green and we get rid of the Mirage, he just doesn't have a way to draw cards again, and that just wins the game.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 entities.
Yep, I got 8 on the field and 2 in the grave.
Morgiana was played this turn though, so she cannot be. So she cannot swing unless he finds another another copy of Perseus Call to Action.
We'll do 4C.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know why we swung in with the Pharesia, knowing that we didn't have lethal, because we didn't hit the second, a different stone.
4C.
Yep.
Does feel just kind of like a little bit of a punt.
Mm-hmm. So how many forces is that engrave?
Yeah, 1 second. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's
6.
7.
Okay.
So there's one
more
4C
somewhere
left.
in the deck or hand.
Let's see if there's anything in David's. I mean, again, in terms of castable cards, it can literally only be optical camo. If it was a green card, we would have used it to have lethal. So that eliminates a lot of things.
And that's the last one.
Okay.
If it is optical camo, and like Derek kind of like taps out to push it, like there is a world where that works out.
Okay. All right.
Because Derek has plenty of will currently. We need a bounce spell. A bounce spell. Two Prisia's call to actions. The Lycaons are and that's because this is what I'm talking about.
We will.
That's true. Black card in hands can mitigate some damage.
We will activate Lycaon to cast spell protective deity.
Response to activating Lycaon.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
We're gonna shoot Lycaon.
That is fine.
I don't.
Effects still.
What?
Yeah, that's fine.
We will cast this to put in play a total protective deities.
Yeah, you got it.
I will set you to 2K.
Down to 2K.
Using one of my green, I will attempt to give him swiftness.
Yes.
Optical camo.
I will then move to combat.
Yes.
I will swing at you for 2,000.
I will attempt to block with Never End.
I will attempt to use Genesis for blue
Yeah, bounce spell.
to return it to your hand.
Turning it to my hand. Yep, that's game.
Yeah, that's
Oh, good game, man.
what I was
Yeah, good
talking
game.
about.
Oh, Jesus.
God, I was thinking that Frisia. The
Stones.
Frisia, dude, really makes it so much harder.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, where it's just like, I don't know why he swung in with the Pharesia. Derek does win. He wins the championship. He has they both have invites to Japan now because Derek gets a pass down of the invite. But congrats to Derek for winning the GP. Yeah, I don't know what the purpose of swinging yeah, I don't quite felt like there was some misplay there that could have potentially pushed us to a game 3, but yeah, the Pharesia attack, like if you didn't have lethal, there was no reason to swing. You could have just swung with everything else and then cracked back the following turn. Unfortunate. It also didn't really matter because Derek, once he had the combo pieces, could have just chosen to draw instead of replacing it, and then made Mirage bigger anyway, and then swung in with the Mirage for 2,000 either. So it like it didn't super matter either way. But ultimately, missing out on hitting that second name stone with the Institute cost him the game. So I do want to give a huge shout out and thanks to all the players and the Games and Geek gang, Landon and Robbie and Charlie, and Svetlana for hosting this event. and for allowing us to stream it. I want to thank everybody who won for you guys. I want to thank everybody who joined us for the stream. It was a ton of fun, and thanks to Paul Reisman for joining us yesterday for the commentary. This was a blast. Remember, there are 2 more GPs for Discord webcam GPs in June and July, so be sure to come check those out. The card in his hand was a never end, so he did not have anything there. Again, if you like what we did here today, if you want to consider supporting us and you aren't already, consider clicking that join button down below. We are 6 members away from hitting the next emote, which is the Lumia emote, and goes to support the channel. It's essentially a Twitch subscription and gets you all kinds of perks like our emotes, roles in the Discord server, everything else like that. Consider joining our Discord server. It's been growing pretty steadily and the community is really awesome. We also host members only casual monthly tournaments that are free and with prizes, so you can check that out. If you are a member here on the channel, you get access to that on our Discord. And I don't really have much else to say. If you're still looking for S3 product or S2.5 product, there are pre-orders still for Odyssey Games. You can check out the links down below in the description to get access to that. But thank myself. I don't really have to thank myself. I love doing this. This is a ton of fun. So from here at the Ruler School home base, I want to say thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, class is dismissed.